take a deep breath. You do not need to explain why you are here. You do not need to justify the heaviness in your chest or the way your limbs feel slightly too weighted for the mattress. There is no need to apologize for the air you are breathing right now. There is no need to apologize for the way your heart is beating or for the fact that you are tired. I know how you carry yourself through the day. I know the way you move through a room, trying to occupy as little space as possible. It is a quiet, practiced skill, isn't it? You have become an expert at tucking in your elbows, at softening your footsteps, at making sure your presence doesn't disturb the equilibrium of anyone else. You have spent so much time trying to be light. You have worked so hard to be easy to carry. There is a specific kind of exhaustion that comes from this. It isn't just the tiredness of a long day or the fatigue of physical labor. It is the exhaustion of the constant inward apology. It is the small, sharp sting of guilt that rises up every time someone offers you a hand, or every time you have to ask for a moment of their time. It is that sudden, reflexive urge to say, "I'm sorry, I don't want to be a bother," or "I'm sorry, I'm taking up too much of your day." You find yourself apologizing for things that no one has even asked you to apologize for. You apologize for being sick, as if your illness is a personal failure of will. You apologize for needing a little more patience, or a little more clarity, or a little more time to process a grief that hasn't yet lost its edge. You apologize for the cost of things, not just the money, but the emotional cost. You look at the people you love and you see them giving to you, and instead of feeling warmth, you feel a mounting debt. You feel as though every kindness is a loan you are accumulating, a weight you are placing upon their shoulders, and you lie awake at night, calculating the interest. It is a lonely way to live, this constant shrinking. It is a way of trying to become invisible so that you can never be a burden. You believe that if you could just be a little more self-sufficient, a little more silent, a little more capable, then you would finally be safe from the judgment of being too much. You think that if you could just stop needing things, you would finally be worthy of the space you occupy. But tonight, I want to sit here with you in the dark. I'm not here to tell you that you are wrong or to give you a list of things to fix. I am not here to coach you into a new way of being. I and the stories we are about to enter are simply here to witness the way you have been trying to protect the world from yourself. Let's just look at that impulse to disappear. Let's look at that fear that your needs are an inconvenience, or that your very existence has become a tax on the lives of others. We are going to walk through some rooms and some landscapes and some lives. We will see people who, much like you, have tried to make themselves small. We will see people who have tried to pay back every kindness with a silence that borders on erasure. We will see the monk in the mountain cold, trying to give away his only warmth because he cannot bear the debt of a blanket. We will see the daughter in the kitchen folding towels over and over, trying to smooth out the shame of needing help with groceries. We will see the man in the garage, trying to slip away into the morning before anyone notices he is still there, still staying, still taking up a bed. There is a profound sadness in the belief that love must remain effortless to remain real. We have been taught, perhaps subtly, that to be loved, we must be easy. That to be part of a community, we must be a net gain, never a loss. We have been taught to fear our own gravity. But as we settle into these stories, I invite you to just notice the tension in your own shoulders. Notice the way you are holding your breath, as if waiting for permission to let go. You don't need permission. You don't need to earn this rest. You do not need to be better or easier or less to deserve the quiet of this night. The night does not ask anything of you. The darkness does not find your grief too heavy. The stillness does not find your presence intrusive. The earth beneath this room does not recoil from your weight. It holds you. It has been holding you since the moment you arrived, without a single request for compensation. So, for now, let the apologies rest. Let the calculations of debt and kindness lie fallow. There is nothing to be solved tonight. There is only the breath, the warmth of the covers, and the slow, steady movement of these stories. Let yourself be heavy. Let yourself take up the space you require. You are allowed to be here. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to be exactly as much as you are. Close your eyes now. Let the edges of the room soften. Let the world outside your window become a distant, unimportant thing. We are going to begin. Story 1. A Buddhist monk learns to receive care without feeling like a burden. The wind in the mountains does not ask permission. It moves through the gaps in the cedar shutters with a low, thin whistle, bringing the scent of damp pine and the sharp, biting edge of the high altitude. Inside the small stone cell of the monastery, the air is heavy with the scent of extinguished beeswax and the lingering steam from a bowl of rice porridge. Brother Jonah sat on the edge of his narrow pallet, his fingers tracing the rough, uneven patch on his only blanket. The wool was thick but worn, the edges fraying into small, loose threads that caught against his skin. It was a meager thing, a threadbare layer of warmth against the creeping chill of the stone floor. He could feel the cold rising from the ground, a slow, patient dampness that seemed to seep through the very soles of his feet. He had arrived at the monastery 3 weeks ago, carried up the winding mountain path by 2 senior monks, his breath shallow and his body burning with a fever that refused to break. He remembered the way they had handled him, not with the heavy lifting of someone moving a piece of furniture, but with a terrifying, quiet tenderness. They had washed his forehead with cool water from a copper basin. They had tucked the heavy, quilted blankets of the infirmary around his chin. They had spoken in low, rhythmic tones, never once complaining about the extra weight of his illness or the extra bowl of broth required to keep his strength. But to Jonah, that tenderness felt like a debt. Every time a monk entered his room to check his temperature, or every time an extra portion of rice was placed in his bowl, he felt a small, sharp pang of debt in his chest. He felt like a stone being added to a traveler's pack. Something heavy, something unnecessary, something that made the journey harder for everyone else. As the fever broke, the shame had not. Instead, it had transformed into a frantic, quiet compulsion to balance the scales. He looked toward the small wooden cupboard where his few belongings were kept. There was a spare woolen shawl, gifted to him by a visiting pilgrim months ago, still tucked in the corner. It was warm and soft, far better than the patched blanket he held now. He had already decided. Tomorrow, when Brother Thomas came to check the woodpile, Jonah would slip the shawl into the basket of donations. He would tell Thomas it was an extra piece, something he no longer needed. If he could shed the weight of his belongings, perhaps he could shed the weight of his presence. He stood up, his limbs feeling stiff and strangely hollow. The room was dim, lit only by the pale, bruised light of a moon obscured by clouds. He walked to the small copper basin in the corner. The water inside was still, reflecting the dark rafters of the ceiling. He dipped his hands into the cold liquid, the shock of it snapping his mind into the present. He thought of the porridge he had eaten earlier. It had been rich with ginger and honey, prepared specifically to soothe his throat. He had eaten it all, swallowed the warmth, and felt the guilt of the calories as if they were lead in his stomach. He had thought while chewing that the monk who cooked it would have to work harder, stir longer, and clean more thoroughly because of his hunger. He moved toward the small window. Outside, the mountains were vast, dark shapes pressing against the sky. The monastery was a place of ancient silence, a place built on the idea of letting go. Yet Jonah found himself clinging to the idea of disappearing. He believed that the highest form of virtue was to leave no footprint, to take up no space, to require no breath. He was practicing a kind of vanishing. He reached for the heavy wooden latch of the shutter, intending to check the tightness of the seal against the wind. But he stopped. His hand hovered in the dark. He thought of the senior monk, Brother Silas, who had sat by his bed during the darkest night of the fever. Silas had not read sutras or offered grand wisdom. He had simply sat there, his breathing steady and slow, a constant, unmoving presence. Jonah had felt an overwhelming urge to apologize to Silas, to say, "I am sorry for the way my coughing interrupts your meditation. I am sorry for the way my sickness occupies this room that should be used for prayer. I am sorry that you have to watch me instead of watching the Dhamma." But the words had stayed lodged in his throat. Instead, Jonah had simply tried to be even quieter. He began to move through the monastery like a shadow, withdrawing his needs before they could even be voiced. He skipped the communal tea in the afternoons, claiming he was focused on study when in reality he simply could not bear the sight of the steam rising from a cup that was not his, or the way the others would look at him with that gentle, questioning kindness. He returned to his pallet and lay down, pulling the patched blanket up to his chin. The cold from the stone floor was persistent. He felt the hunger in his belly, a dull, insistent ache. But he pushed it down. He told himself that a smaller hunger would make him a better monk. He told himself that if he could become a person who needed nothing, he would finally be worthy of the space he occupied. The wind pressed harder against the stone walls. A single pine needle, blown in through a microscopic gap, landed on the edge of his blanket. He stared at it in the dark, a tiny organic intruder. He felt a sudden irrational surge of resentment toward the needle for being there, for needing to be brushed away, for being an extra thing to manage. He closed his hungry, tired eyes. He tried to imagine his life as a mountain stream, something that flows through the landscape without asking for permission, without leaving a debt behind, simply moving because it is its nature to move. But even the stream leaves a path. Even the stream carves the stone. As sleep began to pull at the edges of his consciousness, Jonah's last conscious thought was a small, desperate prayer for the strength to be even lighter, even more invisible, even more effortless to carry, until there was nothing left of him to hold at all. He drifted into a restless sleep, the cold of the room pressing against him while the monastery around him continued its slow, heavy, and beautiful work of simply existing. Story 2. An aging mother struggles with shame, support, and self-worth. The afternoon sun was thick and honeyed, casting long, warm rectangles across the kitchen linoleum. It was the kind of light that usually made the house feel full, but today it only served to highlight the stillness of the hallway and the heavy, rhythmic clicking of the electric kettle. Martha sat at the small wooden table, her hands resting near a stack of clean, white plates. Everything in the kitchen was unnaturally bright. The ceramic was spotless, the silverware aligned in their tray, and the granite countertop gleamed with a clarity that felt almost aggressive. Beside the sink, a small amber pill bottle sat under the light, its cap slightly loosened. It was a quiet, clinical presence in the middle of her warm kitchen, a tiny reminder of the weeks spent in white hospital sheets and the slow, dragging pace of healing. Every time she looked at it, Martha felt a small, sharp pang of something much heavier than physical pain. It was a tightness in her chest, a feeling of being an error in the room. On the counter, a heavy brown paper grocery bag sat slumped, its handles straining slightly. It was filled with things Martha no longer had the strength to carry herself. Heavy cartons of milk, jars of preserves, a loaf of thick sourdough, and the fresh, bright greens that her daughter Sarah had picked out. The bag was a physical manifestation of a debt. To Martha, each item inside wasn't just food, it was a unit of effort Sarah had expended. It was a minute of time taken away from Sarah's own busy life. It was a pound of weight added to her daughter's shoulders. Sarah had arrived an hour ago. She had moved through the kitchen with a quiet, efficient grace, humming a low tune that Martha found both comforting and deeply unsettling. Sarah had unpacked the bag, wiped down the counters, and even moved the heavy pot from the stove to the sink. As Sarah had worked, Martha had watched her eyes tracing the way her daughter's shoulders moved, searching for the slightest sign of fatigue, the smallest furrow in her brow that might signal a resentment. Martha found herself focused on the guest towel draped over the edge of the fruit bowl. It was a small, soft thing, woven with delicate patterns. Without even realizing she was doing it, Martha reached out and began to unfold it. She smoothed the fabric with her thumb, feeling the slight texture of the weave, and then began to refold it. She folded it into a neat rectangle, then a smaller square, then back into a rectangle. She wanted it to be perfect. She wanted the house to look as if nothing had changed, as if she were still the one who managed the household, as enough of a person to merit the space she occupied. She folded and refolded, her movements slow and deliberate, an attempt to exert control over the one small thing she could still touch without asking for help. She felt a profound sense of humiliation in the neatness. Each perfectly creased edge felt like an apology for the mess of her recent surgery, for the way her body had failed, for the way she now had to rely on someone else to ensure there was bread in the pantry. She felt as though she were becoming a ghost in her own home, a shadow that required tending. The kettle clicked off with a sudden, sharp sound, breaking the silence. The steam escaped in a soft, dying hiss. Martha sat in the sudden quiet, her heart thudding slightly too fast. She could hear the distant sound of Sarah in the next room, perhaps tidying a bookshelf or answering a phone call, and the sound of that life continuing, vibrant and unburdened, felt like a reproach. She looked at the empty space on the table where the grocery bag had been. She thought about the cost of the milk, The cost of the petrol Sarah had used to drive here, the cost of the mental energy required to remember Martha's dietary restrictions. She tallied it all in her head, a silent, mounting ledger of what she owed. She felt as though her very existence had become a series of transactions, and that the balance was drifting dangerously into the red. She imagined Sarah sitting in her own living room later tonight, perhaps exhaling a long, tired breath, thinking about the heavy grocery bags and the slow-moving recovery of an aging mother. The thought made Martha want to shrink, to pull her limbs inward until she occupied no more space than the shadow under the table. She wanted to be easy. She wanted to be a person who required nothing, a person who could exist without leaving a footprint or a dent in someone else's day. The floorboards creaked softly, a familiar, gentle weight. Sarah appeared in the doorway, carrying 2 mugs of tea. The steam rose from the mugs in swirling, lazy patterns. She didn't say anything at first. She simply set 1 mug down in front of Martha, the warmth of it radiating across the wood. "The tea is peppermint," Sarah said, her voice low and easy, devoid of any edge. "I thought it might help with the bloating." Martha looked up, her eyes searching Sarah's face for the flicker of annoyance, the subtle grimace of someone performing a duty they no longer desired. She found nothing but a calm, steady warmth. Sarah sat down across from her, leaning back in the chair, her posture relaxed. She didn't look like someone burdened. She looked like someone simply sitting in a kitchen, enjoying the afternoon light. "I brought those peaches you like," Sarah added, gesturing vaguely toward the grocery bag. "The ones from the farmer's market, they looked so ripe I couldn't leave them behind." Martha reached for the mug, her fingers brushing the warm ceramic. She felt the heat seep into her skin, a small grounding sensation. She looked at the pill bottle, then back at her daughter. The urge to apologize, to say, "I'm sorry for the peaches, I'm sorry for the tea, I'm sorry for the heavy bags," rose in her throat like a bitter tide. She swallowed it down. Instead, she took a sip of the tea. It was hot and sharp and clean. "Thank you, Sarah," Martha whispered. The words felt heavy, but they were the only ones she could manage. As she sat there watching the light shift across the plates, she remained caught in that familiar, lonely struggle, trying to decide if receiving the tea was a way of connecting or merely another way of weighing herself down. The kitchen remained bright, the sun continued its slow descent, and the weight of the groceries sat on the counter, silent and unmoving, waiting to be shared. Story 3. A man living in his brother's garage fears taking up too much space. The rain does not fall in drops here. It is a steady, rhythmic drumming against the corrugated metal roof of the garage, a sound that fills the small room above the workshop until there is no space left for anything else. Noah lies on the narrow camp bed, his eyes open, watching the gray light of pre-dawn seep through the gap in the heavy canvas flap that serves as a window. The air in the room is thin, and holds the scent of old grease, cold concrete, and the damp, metallic smell of the storm. He does not move. He stays perfectly still, listening to the house settle, waiting for the precise moment when the heavy, rhythmic breathing of his brother, Sam, shifts from the deep sleep of the lower floor to the light, restless stirrings of the morning. Noah's hands lie on top of the thin, scratchy wool blanket. Even in the dark, he can feel the stubborn residue of the day's work under his fingernails and the faint, stinging tightness of oil embedded in the creases of his knuckles. It is a stubbornness that won't wash away, no matter how hard he scrubs with the orange grit soap in the shop sink. He feels as though the smudge of the garage has seeped past his skin into the very marrow of his bones, marking him as something unfinished, something temporary, something that shouldn't be occupying space in a clean, functional home. He thinks of the workbench downstairs. He can see it in his mind's eye, even through the floorboards. The heavy steel vise, the scarred wooden surface, the single ceramic coffee mug left near the edge, stained with a dark ring of dried dregs. He thinks of the way Sam had placed that mug there last night, a silent, unasked gesture of presence. There is a specific kind of weight that comes with being housed by someone else. When you have nothing to offer in return but your presence, it is not the weight of a physical load, but a thinning of the self. Every time Sam hands him a plate of eggs or points out a tool he might need or simply nods as Noah walks past, Noah feels a sharp internal flinch. He feels as though he is an unpaid debt. He feels as though he is a piece of clutter in a well-ordered shop. A heavy, rusted part left on a clean workbench, waiting for someone to finally decide to throw it away. He shifts his weight, and the metal frame of the camp bed gives a small, traitorous creak. He freezes, his heart thudding against his ribs. He waits for the sound of a footstep on the stairs, for the heavy tread of his brother coming to check on him, to see how long he has been awake, to see if he is still here. The silence holds. Only the rain continues its relentless, percussive work on the tin roof. Noah rolls onto his side, pulling his knees toward his chest. The room is too small for the scale of his shame. It is a cramped, utilitarian space meant for storage, for seasonal tires, for things that are kept until they are needed. By sleeping here, he feels he has turned himself into one of those things. A seasonal necessity, a temporary fixture, something to be tucked away in a corner and forgotten once the season changes. He remembers the way his divorce felt, not like a sudden break, but like a slow, eroding tide that simply took the ground from beneath his feet. Then the job loss, the quiet closing of the shop doors, the sudden terrifying lightness of having nothing to hold on to. And now this small, shadowed room above a garage. He's become an expert at the art of the early exit. He knows the precise window of time between the first light of dawn and the first whistle of the tea kettle. He knows how to slide his feet into his boots without making the floorboards groan. He knows how to slip out the back door through the mud and the shadows so that when Sam finally emerges, wiping sleep from his eyes, the room will be empty. He does this because he cannot bear the look in Sam's eyes. It isn't even pity. Pity would be easier to handle. It is the steady, quiet kindness of a man who is simply providing a place to stay. It is the way Sam treats him as if his presence is a natural, unproblematic part of the landscape. And that, to Noah, is the hardest part to endure. To be treated as if you are not a burden is to be forced to confront the reality of the burden you are carrying within yourself. It makes the shame feel even more disproportionate, even more absurd. He stares at the ceiling where the shadows of the rain-streaked window dance in the gray light. He thinks about the mechanics of a machine. A part either fits or it doesn't. A part either functions or it is replaced. There is no middle ground in a well-maintained engine. There is no room for a part that is simply there, taking up oil, taking up space, taking up time. He feels the dampness of the morning air settling into his lungs. He thinks of the heavy iron weight of his own limbs. He wants to reach out, to knock on the floorboards, to say, "I am still here and I am struggling, and I am sorry for the space I take." But the words feel too heavy to lift, too much like an intrusion. Instead, he listens to the rain. He listens to the garage settling into the morning. He waits for the stillness to become thick enough to move through, for the moment when he can slip away into the gray, unnoticed, leaving the room exactly as he found it, empty, quiet, and unburdened by the weight of his staying. The rain taps against the metal, a slow, hypnotic rhythm that mimics the pulse in his throat. He closes his eyes, trying to disappear into the shadows of the corner, trying to become as small and as unobtrusive as the dust settling on the unused crates around him. He waits for the sun to rise, not so he can begin the day, but so he can begin his retreat, moving through the world like a ghost, leaving no footprint, no debt, and no trace of the man who had nowhere else to go. Story 4. An elderly woman hides her weakness and fears becoming inconvenient. The hallway of the community center always smelled of floor wax and the faint, sweet scent of old heating vents. It was a long, narrow space, lined with framed photos of people who had long since moved on, their smiles captured in glossy paper that had begun to yellow at the edges. For Evelyn, this hallway had once felt like a passage of purpose. Now it felt like a gauntlet of obstacles. She sat in the corner chair of the parish hall, a heavy wooden seat that creaked whenever she shifted her weight. Beside her, leaning against the arm of the chair, was her cane. It was a simple thing, made of dark, polished wood, with a curved handle that fit perfectly into the hollow of her palm. She kept it close, yet she tried to tuck it slightly under the chair, as if trying to make its presence less obvious. She didn't want anyone to see the way she relied on it to navigate the uneven cracks in the linoleum. In her lap, Evelyn held the church bulletin. It was folded twice, the creases sharp and precise, a habit from years of neatness. She traced the edge of the paper with her thumb, her eyes wandering to the dust motes dancing in the late afternoon light that filtered through the high, narrow windows. The dust settled slowly, drifting through the air like tiny, silent weights. She watched them, thinking how easy it would be to simply stay still, to let the dust settle on her shoulders until she became part of the furniture, unmoving and unobtrusive. She reached into her small beaded purse and felt for the familiar crinkle of a peppermint wrapper. She pulled one out, the hard candy cool against her skin. The sound of the wrapper tearing felt deafening in the quiet room, a sharp plastic snap that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. She popped the peppermint into her mouth, letting the sharp medicinal sweetness ground her, but she kept her movements small. She did not want the crinkle of her purse or the click of her teeth to draw eyes to her. Her hearing aid sat in its small, velvet-lined case in her pocket, a heavy weight against her thigh. Sometimes when the room grew too loud, the sudden clatter of a dropped spoon in the kitchen, the booming laughter of the men from the choir, she would find herself turning the volume down, or worse, turning it off entirely. It was a way to retreat into a soft, muffled world where the edges of things were blurred, but the cost was high. The cost was the silence that followed a question she couldn't hear, or the way her lips would move in a hesitant, delayed response to a greeting. She remembered the last choir rehearsal. The alto section had been singing a hymn about light, a piece she had sung with a clear, resonant depth for 30 years. But lately the notes felt harder to find, buried under a layer of fatigue. And more than the voice, it was the listening that had changed. When the director, a young man named David with an energetic, rhythmic way of speaking, would give a cue, Evelyn would find herself a fraction of a second behind. She would see his hands move, see the way the others leaned in, and she would feel a hot, prickly shame rise up her neck. She could see the subtle shifts in the faces of the other women. It wasn't that they were unkind. It was the way they would pause, a tiny microscopic hesitation as they waited for her to catch up. They would repeat a phrase or tilt their heads toward her, their eyes filled with a gentle, concentrated effort. To Evelyn, that effort was an indictment. Every time someone had to raise their voice, every time someone had to slow their stride to match her careful, cane-assisted pace, she felt as though she were stealing time from them. She felt like a stone in a flowing stream, causing the water to ripple and break, forcing the current to work harder to move around her. It was easier, she decided, to simply stop coming. The withdrawal had been gradual, a series of polite excuses, a sudden tiredness, a headache, a prior engagement. Each time, the lie felt heavier than the last, but the relief of not having to be the slow one was intoxicating. In the solitude of her small apartment, surrounded by the familiar textures of her life, the smooth wood of her dining table, the soft, worn fabric of her favorite armchair. There was no one to disappoint. There was no one to make wait. Tonight, sitting in the hall, she watched a group of people enter from the street. They were laughing, their voices bright and unobstructed. They moved with a fluid, effortless grace that she envied with a dull, aching hunger. She watched them settle into the large tables, pulling out chairs, clattering plates, and unfolding napkins. They were a collective, a single moving organism of social ease. And she sat there, a solitary figure in the corner, holding her folded bulletin, feeling like an interloper in a world that no longer had a place for the slow and the fading. She thought of the way her daughter, Sarah, would reach out to steady her elbow when they walked through the grocery store. Sarah's touch was light, almost imperceptible, but to Evelyn, it felt like a spotlight. It was a reminder of the dependence she could no longer mask. She would find herself stiffening, pulling her arm away slightly, trying to reclaim a semblance of the independence that had been her hallmark. She didn't want Sarah to see her as a project, as something that required maintenance and careful handling. As the evening shadows lengthened across the floor, stretching out like long, dark fingers, Evelyn felt the familiar urge to disappear, not in a way that was dramatic or tragic, but a quiet, domestic vanishing, to become so small, so quiet, and so self-contained that she would no longer pose a challenge to the world. She looked at her cane, at the dust in the light, and at the peppermint melting in her mouth. She imagined a life where no one ever had to repeat themselves to her, where no one ever had to wait for her to find her footing. She stood up, the movement slow and deliberate. The cane met the linoleum with a dull thud. She tucked her purse under her arm and began the long walk toward the exit. She kept her eyes on the floor, focusing on the pattern of the tiles, avoiding the gaze of anyone who might look up. She walked with the practiced care of someone who knew exactly where the pitfalls were, but her heart felt heavy, as if she were carrying the weight of every interrupted conversation and every slowed step she had ever caused. As she pushed open the heavy glass door and stepped out into the cool night air, the street lights flickered on, casting long, shivering reflections on the damp pavement. The world was moving on, indifferent to her retreat, and for a moment, as the wind brushed against her face, Evelyn felt a strange, hollow sort of peace. It was the peace of the unseen, the quiet satisfaction of being a person who no longer required anything from anyone else. She walked into the darkness, her cane clicking rhythmically against the sidewalk, a solitary, steady beat in the vast, unlistening night. Take a moment to look at these pieces of a life, laid out quietly in the dim light of your mind. Think of that heavy wool blanket Jonah wrapped around his shoulders to hide the trembling of his hands, the one he gave away because he felt his own warmth was a luxury he hadn't earned. Think of the weight of the grocery bag Martha set on her kitchen counter, the plastic crinkling in the silence filled with the very things she felt she no longer deserved to eat, because someone else had to go out and find them. Remember the small, cramped room above the garage where Noah sat in the dark, listening to the muffled sounds of his brother's life moving on below him, trying to make himself as small and as silent as a shadow so that no one would notice the space he was occupying. And think of the cane Evelyn leaned upon, the steady, rhythmic tap of wood against pavement that felt to her like a drumbeat of inconvenience, a signal to the world that she was slowing down the pace of everything around her. The blanket, the grocery bag, the garage room, the cane, these are not just objects. They are the heavy, invisible anchors we drop when we begin to believe a certain lie. It is a quiet, persistent lie that settles into the bones like a winter chill. It tells us that love is only safe when it is effortless. It tells us that our value is tied to our lack of friction. We start to believe that to be loved, we must be easy to carry. We start to believe that a relationship is only healthy if it remains a closed loop, a perfect circle where no one ever asks for more than they can immediately provide. Slowly, almost without noticing, the heart begins to change its language. It stops seeing a hand reached out in help as a gift and starts seeing it as a debt notice. When someone brings a meal, we don't see nourishment. We see an unpaid invoice. When someone offers a seat or a moment of their time, we don't see kindness. We see a withdrawal from a bank account we are terrified of emptying. Every act of care becomes a tally. Every gesture of tenderness is translated by the mind into a weight, a pressure, a cost. We look at the people who love us, and we do not see their affection. We see their exhaustion. We look at our own needs, our sickness, our grief, our slowing bodies, our heavy spirits, and we see them as something expensive. We see them as something that is draining the light from the rooms we inhabit. We begin to live in a state of perpetual, silent apology. We apologize for the way we breathe, for the way we take up space in a chair, for the way our presence requires a little more attention, a little more patience, a little more energy. We develop this habit of preempting rejection by withdrawing first. We decide that we are too much, so we try to become nothing. We decide that we are a burden, so we try to become invisible. We tell ourselves that if we can just become more efficient, more quiet, more self-sufficient, then we will finally be worthy of the space we occupy. We believe that the only way to stay in the circle of care is to ensure that our presence never requires the circle to expand. But as we sit here with these memories, with the cold wool and the crinkling plastic and the heavy cane, let us just sit with the truth of that weight. Do not try to fix it yet. Just notice how exhausting it is to hold yourself so tightly, trying to shrink before anyone can notice you are there. Notice how much energy it takes to constantly calculate the cost of your own existence. Just notice. Story 5. A young man battles exhaustion, guilt, and the pain of feeling useless. The ceiling fan in Caleb's room moved with a slow, rhythmic click, a heavy rotation that seemed to slice the thick afternoon air into manageable pieces. It was a sound that usually helped him sleep, but today it only served to mark the passing of hours he hadn't yet used. Beneath the fan, the room held a stillness that felt less like peace and more like an accumulation of things left undone. There was a blue sweatshirt draped over the back of the wooden chair, its sleeves hanging limp, catching the dust motes that danced in the single shaft of light cutting through the heavy curtains. On the nightstand, a glass of water had sat long enough that tiny bubbles had clung to the sides, a silent record of how much time had passed since he had last reached for it. The sheets beneath him were a landscape of deep, tangled ridges rumpled from a night of restless, heavy sleep, making him feel as though he were sinking into the mattress rather than resting upon it. Caleb lay perfectly still, his eyes open, staring at the slow, hypnotic orbit of the fan blades. His body felt dense, as if his very bones had been replaced with lead. It was a weight that didn't come from fatigue alone, but from the quiet, mounting pressure of existing in a space where he felt he was taking up too much room without providing enough light. From the hallway, the house began to stir. It was a subtle, delicate sound, the kind of sound one makes when trying not to wake a sleeping animal. He heard the soft, rhythmic creak of a floorboard near the door, followed by the muffled, hushed tones of voices. "Stay quiet," a small voice whispered, barely a breath. "Daddy is still sleeping." Then the light, rhythmic tapping of footsteps, small, careful feet, navigating the perimeter of the door. Caleb closed his eyes tight, pressing his lids against the darkness. He knew the pattern. He knew that his daughter Sarah and his son Leo had learned to move through the house as if they were walking through a gallery of fragile glass. They had learned to wrap their movements in cotton, to keep their laughter low and their footsteps light, all to avoid disturbing the heavy silence of his room. As he listened, a familiar cold ache tightened in his chest. It was the shame of being the reason for their gentleness. He didn't want their care to be an act of navigation. He didn't want them to have to learn how to be quiet, or how to be small, or how to be careful. To him, their tenderness didn't feel like love. It felt like an indictment. It felt like they were collectively holding their breath, waiting for him to become a person again, a person who could stand up, move through the kitchen, and participate in the easy, loud life they used to have. He heard the distant metallic clink of a spoon against a ceramic bowl from the kitchen, the sound of breakfast being prepared, the simple domestic ritual of cereal and milk echoed through the vents. He imagined them sitting at the small wooden table, perhaps glancing toward the hallway, their eyes moving toward his closed door with a careful, hesitant reverence. He thought of the sink in the kitchen, where a few bowls from the night before still sat, a small, neglected mountain of ceramic. He thought of the laundry pile in the corner of the living room, the unemptied trash, the way the mail was beginning to gather on the counter. Each of these small, domestic failures felt like a stone he was placing into their laps, a burden he was forcing them to carry under the guise of helping him. Every time he heard them whisper, every time he heard them soften their voices, he felt the weight of his own presence pressing down on them. He imagined himself as a shadow that had grown too large, an eclipse that was slowly dimming the brightness of their childhood. He felt as though his depression had turned him into a gravity well, pulling the energy and the joy out of the room, leaving them to navigate the vacuum he left behind. He wanted to get up. He wanted to push back the heavy duvet, find the strength to swing his legs over the side of the bed, and walk into the kitchen with a smile that looked real. He wanted to be the father who asks them about their dreams and makes them pancakes, rather than the father who stays behind a closed door, a silent, heavy fixture in the house. But the heaviness was too much. The very thought of the effort required to bridge the gap between the bed and the door felt like an insurmountable climb. And so he remained, listening to the house breathe around him. He heard the sound of a chair scraping very softly against the linoleum in the kitchen. He heard the low, steady murmur of his wife, Claire, checking on them, her voice a low hum of maternal guidance. She was the one who managed the quiet. She was the one who orchestrated the careful movements, who ensured the cereal bowls were washed and the house remained a sanctuary of soft edges. He felt a profound sense of apology toward her. He felt he was costing her the very thing she deserved, a life that wasn't lived in whispers. He felt he was an expense she couldn't afford to pay, a debt of emotional labor that was slowly draining her of her own vibrancy. In the hallway, the footsteps returned. This time they were closer. He heard the softest of thuds, as if a small body had leaned against the doorframe. He held his breath, afraid that even the sound of his lungs expanding would be too loud, too intrusive. "Is he okay?" Leo's voice was a mere vibration in the air. "He's resting, Leo," Claire answered, her voice a gentle, steady anchor. "He just needs a little more time to find his strength. Let's go finish our breakfast quietly." Caleb stayed in the dark, the silence of the room pressing against his ears. He wanted to scream that he wasn't a porcelain doll, that he wasn't something to be handled with such terrifying care. He wanted to tell them that he was still here underneath the weight, beneath the fog, and that he didn't want them to shrink themselves to accommodate his stillness. But the words wouldn't come. All that came was the realization that they were already shrinking. He could hear it in the way the house had become a place of muted colors and softened sounds. He could see it in the way the blue sweatshirt sat on the chair, untouched and unmoving, a part of the stillness. He lay there, caught in the loop of his own guilt, watching the shadows of the fan blades move across the ceiling, like the slow, rhythmic passing of ghosts. He felt the immense, crushing error of his own existence, the way his very need for rest seemed to be an imposition on the lives of those he loved most. He felt like a guest who had stayed too long at a beautiful party, a presence that was slowly, undeniably making the room too heavy to breathe in. The fan continued its slow, clicking rotation. The light in the room began to shift, turning from the pale gray of early morning to a deeper, more golden hue as the sun climbed higher, though the curtains held the brightness at bay. The house continued its quiet, careful dance around him, a symphony of avoided collisions and hushed intentions, while Caleb remained anchored to the mattress, a silent, heavy center in a world that was learning how to move around him. Story 6. A grieving caregiver carries sorrow, duty, and emotional heaviness. The hallway light in Anna's apartment was a small, amber orb that cast long, trembling shadows across the floor. It was a nightlight, the kind meant for a child. But Anna had left it plugged into the baseboard because the darkness in her own chest felt too vast to navigate alone. In that dim, honey-colored glow, the apartment felt less like a home and more like a waiting room. On the small wooden table by the front door, a bright blue lunchbox sat beside a stack of mail. It was a sturdy thing, the kind with a plastic latch that clicked with a definitive, sharp sound. Tomorrow, Anna would have to pack it with sliced apples, peanut butter sandwiches, and juice boxes. She would have to remember the crustless bread, the way her sister's son Leo liked it. She would have to be efficient. She would have to be the person who keeps things moving, even though her own movements had become thick and heavy, like walking through deep, cold water. Inside the top drawer of the sideboard, tucked beneath a pile of spare pens and old receipts, lay the funeral program. It was a simple piece of cardstock, white with black lettering, still smelling faintly of the lilies that had lined the casket. Anna couldn't bring herself to throw it away, yet she couldn't look at it either. To look at it was to acknowledge the weight of the silence that had settled into the house. To look at it was to admit that the person who used to fill this space with laughter was gone, and that in their place, Anna had become a person who moved slowly, who forgot where she put her keys, and who sat for long periods staring at the steam rising from a cup of tea. She moved toward the bathroom, her footsteps muffled by the rug. The air in the apartment felt damp, as if the grief itself were a humidity that clung to the walls. Near the sink, a small white washcloth lay crumpled. It was still slightly damp from when she had wiped her even more tired face earlier, an attempt to wash away the salt and the exhaustion. She stared at the cloth for a moment, feeling a sudden, sharp pang of shame. She was supposed to be the stable one. She was the school secretary, the woman who organized schedules, managed crises, and kept the rhythms of the office steady. Now she was the one who could barely keep a schedule for a 5-year-old. Leo was sleeping in the guest room, or at least he was supposed to be. He had been with her for 3 days. And for 3 days, Anna had lived in a state of constant, quiet apology. She felt like a broken machine in the middle of a functioning household. Every time she forgot to check if he had brushed his teeth, or every time she stayed in bed 10 minutes too long because the grief felt too heavy to lift, she felt a surge of terror. She was afraid that her sadness was contagious. She was afraid that her dimness, her slowness, her very presence was making the world darker for him. Before going to bed, she stopped in the kitchen to pour a final glass of water. The house was so quiet that the sound of the tap running felt aggressive, like a disruption. As she rinsed the glass, she caught sight of a small plastic dinosaur left on the counter. It was a tiny, bright green thing, wildly out of place in her muted, grieving kitchen. She picked it up, her fingers trembling slightly, and felt a sudden, breathless panic. To keep this toy here was to admit that his life, a life of play and noise and lightness, was now intruding upon her stillness. She felt the need to hide it, to tuck it away so he wouldn't see how much of her life had become a cemetery of quiet things. She reached the doorway of the guest room and paused. The door was ajar, a sliver of amber light spilling onto the carpet. She didn't want to wake him, but she found herself leaning in, watching the small, rhythmic rise and fall of the duvet. Leo stirred. The movement was slight, just a shift of a small shoulder under the covers, but it was enough to break the stillness. In the shadows, she saw a small hand emerge from beneath the blanket. It moved tentatively, patting the surface of the mattress, searching. Anna froze. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She felt that familiar, crushing instinct to pull back, to retreat into the shadows so as not to intrude on his peace, so as not to be a presence that demanded anything from him. She felt like a ghost haunting her own life, a heavy, cumbersome thing that shouldn't be part of a child's bright, uncomplicated world. She felt the physical weight of her own skin, the heaviness of her limbs, and the deep bodily shame of being a person who needed so much space to simply exist. But the hand kept searching. It moved toward the edge of the bed, a small, pale shape in the dim light. Slowly, with a breath that felt like it might break her, Anna leaned forward. She didn't speak. She didn't want to disturb the fragile quiet. She simply extended her own hand, resting it on the edge of the mattress near his small fingers. For a second there was nothing. Then the warmth of his skin met hers. His small, soft hand found hers, gripping her index finger with a surprising, sudden strength. He didn't wake, but he held on. He pulled her hand toward him, tucking it near his cheek, using her presence as an anchor in the dark. Anna sat there on the edge of the bed, her hand anchored by a child's grip. The shame was still there, a dull ache in her throat, telling her she was too tired, too broken, too much of a burden to be the caregiver he needed. But as she felt the steady heat of his small hand, a different sensation began to move through her. It was a quiet, unbidden realization. The weight of her grief was heavy, yes. It was a real physical thing that slowed her down and clouded her vision. But as Leo held her hand, she realized he wasn't looking for a person who was perfect or fast or unburdened. He wasn't looking for a secretary who had everything under control. He was looking for the hand that was there. He was looking for the warmth that remained even when the light had dimmed. She watched his breathing even out, the grip of his fingers loosening into a soft, sleeping rest. She stayed there, her hand still held by his, in the amber glow of the hallway light, the lunchbox, the funeral program, the damp cloth. They were all still there, part of the heavy landscape of her life. But for this moment, the heaviness didn't feel like a failure. It felt like a place where something else could rest, too. She didn't need to disappear to make room for him. She only needed to stay exactly as she was and let the night hold them both. Story 7. An aging craftsman faces tremors, change, and the fear of becoming a burden. The evening air in the valley always smelled of damp cedar and the sharp, cooling scent of pine needles. For Samuel, this was the hour when the world seemed to settle into its proper shape, yet his own hands refused to settle. He sat on the top wooden step of his porch, the grain of the timber worn smooth by decades of his own weight and the many seasons of rain. He held a mug of tea, the ceramic warm against his palms, but he didn't drink. He watched the steam rise in a thin, wavering line, disappearing into the blue-gray dusk, and tried to steady the slight, rhythmic tremor that lived in his fingers. It was a small thing at first, a slight hesitation when he held a chisel, a microscopic wobble when he measured a board. But lately, the tremor had grown into a persistent guest, an uninvited passenger that sat in his muscles and refused to leave. It made the fine, precise work, the work that had once been his language, his pride, and his very identity, feel like a betrayal. Bess Lil sighed him, leaning against the porch railing, sat the project he could no longer finish. It was a simple garden gate, a piece of oak that had belonged to his neighbor Peter. The gate had sagged on its hinges, the wood parched and thirsty. Samuel had intended to plane it down to reinforce the joint and to treat it with a fresh coat of oil. He had the tools, he had the wood, he had the intention. But every time he picked up the hammer or the plane, the tremor would bloom, a sudden frantic vibration that made the metal strike the wood with an uneven, clumsy thud. He looked at the unfinished gate, the raw, pale edges of the cut wood exposed to the evening air. It stood there, a visible monument to his slowing. To anyone else, it was just a gate in need of a bit of care. To Samuel, it was a heavy, silent accusation. The crickets had begun their nightly chorus in the tall grass near the edge of the woods, a steady, rhythmic pulse that matched the throb in his wrists. He pulled his heavy wool sweater tighter around himself, brushing a stray bit of light-colored wood shaving from his cuff. He had been cleaning his workshop earlier, or trying to, but the movement had left him covered in the debris of his former life. The shavings clung to the dark knit of his sleeves, tiny curled fragments of oak and maple, like fallen scales. He thought of Peter who would stop by every Tuesday with a jar of honey or a bag of fresh apples from the orchard. Peter, who would lean against the porch railing and talk about the weather or the local news, his voice easy and unburdened. Peter would look at the gate, see the half-finished work, and say, "Don't worry about it, Sam. Take your time. It'll be fine whenever it's fine." But Samuel couldn't bear that kindness. He couldn't bear the way Peter's voice would soften, that specific gentle tilt of empathy that signaled he knew that the master carpenter was now a man who struggled to hold a nail straight. He knew that the help being offered, even in its most casual form, was a recognition of his decline. Every time a neighbor offered a word of thanks for a completed repair, or even a nod of respect for the work he had managed to finish, Samuel felt a sharp, stinging heat rise in his chest. It wasn't pride that stung, it was the weight of the debt. He felt as though he were collecting coins of pity, stacking them up in a pile that grew taller and more burdensome with every passing month. He felt that to be thanked was to be seen as someone who was now costing the community more than he was contributing. He looked down at his hands in the dim light. They looked the same as they always had, weathered, lined, the knuckles thick and scarred from years of labor. But the movement within them was not his own. He felt like a house where the foundation had begun to shift, unseen and unfixable, making the windows rattle even when there was no wind. A light flickered in the window of the house next door. He saw the silhouette of a movement, a curtain being drawn, and he immediately looked away, focusing his gaze on the dark tree line. He did not want to be a part of the scenery that people had to pity. He wanted to be like the oak gate, sturdy, functional, and silent. Instead, he felt like the unfinished edge, rough and uneven, something that needed to be smoothed over or tucked away where it wouldn't interrupt the view. He took a small, tentative sip of the tea. It was lukewarm now. The bitterness of the tannins settled on his tongue, grounding him for a moment. He thought about the way the wood worked. Wood has grain, and wood has knots, and wood has places where it is weak or prone to rot. A good carpenter doesn't try to pretend the knots aren't there. He works around them. He incorporates them into the design. He respects the reality of the material. Yet here he was, trying to pretend the knot in his own hand didn't exist, trying to hide the unfinished work behind the shadows of the porch. He was treating himself like a piece of bad lumber that should be discarded because it no longer meets the standard. He leaned back, the chair creaking beneath him. The sound was sharp in the quiet evening. He closed his eyes and tried to listen to the woods, to the breathing of the earth. He tried to find a place in the rhythm of the crickets, a place where the vibration was not a failure, but simply a part of the music. The shame felt like a heavy, damp cloth draped over his shoulders. It made his movements slow and his breathing shallow. He found himself rehearsing the apologies he would give the next time someone noticed the gate. "I'll get to it, I promise. Just a bit behind. Don't worry about it." The lies felt as heavy as the oak. As the darkness deepened, the world around him became less about shapes and more about textures. The rough bark of the trees, the soft moss on the stones, the cold smoothness of the ceramic mug. He stayed there, sitting in the thickening gloom, a man caught between the memory of his strength and the reality of his trembling. He sat with the unfinished gate, with the wood shavings in his sleeves, and with the quiet, lonely weight of a craftsman who felt he had become a burden to his own hands. Story 8. An elderly monk confronts a lifetime of trying to need nothing. The morning in the monastery always began with the same small rhythmic sounds. There was the low rhythmic scrape of sandals against the stone corridor, the distant muffled thud of a wooden latch, and the soft frantic twittering of sparrows nesting in the eaves of the great hall. For Brother Elias, these sounds were the clock by which his life was measured. He had been at this mountain monastery for 40 years, and for 40 of those years, he had lived by a very specific, very quiet code. He believed that to be holy was to be weightless. He believed that the closer one moved toward the light, the less one should require of the earth or the people walking upon it. He had spent decades refining the art of being invisible. He took his meals with such efficiency that he never left an extra bowl to be washed. He moved through the communal halls with such a light step that he never disturbed the silence of a meditating brother. He prided himself on being a person who required nothing, no extra warmth in his cell, no special consideration during the long winter months, no help when his knees began to stiffen with the dampness of the mountain mist. To Elias, to need was to fail. To depend was to create a debt that could never be repaid. On this particular morning, the air in the kitchen was thick with the scent of damp wood and the sharp, clean steam of boiling water. Elias sat by the small window, his hands wrapped around a ceramic cup. The heat of the tea was a singular, focused sensation against his palms. His prayer beads, worn smooth by decades of friction, felt heavy and warm in his hand. He watched the steam rise in thin, wandering ribbons, curling toward the rafters. Outside, in the small courtyard, the laundry was hanging. The hems of the saffron robes, heavy with the morning dew, hung from the lines like drooping petals. They were dark and sodden, pulling at the ropes, anchored to the earth. Elias watched them and felt a familiar, sharp pang of discomfort. He remembered when he too had tried to be like those robes, stiff, dry, and self-contained. He looked down at his own hands. They were spotted with age and slightly tremulous, a new development that he had been trying to hide from the younger monks for months. He had been skipping the heavy lifting in the garden, claiming he preferred the quiet of the library, but the truth was simpler and much more bitter. He could no longer bear the way the younger brothers looked at him when they saw him struggle. He could not bear the way their eyes softened with a pity that felt to him like an accusation. He could not bear the weight of their kindness. A shadow fell across the stone floor. Elias did not look up immediately. He practiced the art of the slow transition. He heard the soft, steady footfalls of Brother Thomas, a man 20 years his junior, whose strength was still easy and unburdened. "The tea is particularly good today, Elias," Thomas said, his voice low and steady, carrying no trace of the heavy gravity Elias so feared. "It is the jasmine," Elias replied, his voice a dry rasp. "The scent is strong this morning." "I brought some extra honey from the valley," Thomas said. He moved closer, and Elias heard the soft clink of a small glass jar being placed on the wooden table. "I thought the chill might be settling in your bones today." Elias felt that old, familiar tightening in his chest. It was the sudden, frantic urge to apologize. To say, "I am sorry for the honey. I am sorry for the extra heat. I am sorry for being a person who needs sweetness in his tea." He felt the urge to shrink, to pull his shoulders inward, to make himself a smaller target for this unasked-for care. "You shouldn't have gone to the trouble," Elias said, the words escaping him before he could catch them. It was a reflex, a practiced shield. Thomas did not pull away. He did not look offended or frustrated by the rejection. He simply sat down in the chair opposite Elias, the wood creaking softly under his weight. He began to peel an orange, the bright citrus scent cutting through the heavy steam of the tea. "The trouble is already done, Elias," Thomas said quietly. He pushed a small segment of the fruit toward the center of the table. "And the sun is coming up. The courtyard is already warming." Elias looked at the orange segment. It sat there, vibrant and wet, an offering of something unnecessary. He thought of the decades he had spent trying to prune his own life, of all such unnecessary things. He thought of the way he had viewed his own aging as a slow, shameful accumulation of burdens, a growing list of slow steps, failing eyes, and aching joints that others would eventually have to navigate around. He had viewed his presence in the monastery as a gradual thickening of the air, a heaviness that made the path harder for everyone else. He looked up and saw Thomas watching him. There was no pity in Thomas's eyes. There was no resentment for the extra effort of bringing honey or fruit. There was only a quiet, steady presence, as if the act of providing was as natural and effortless as the breathing of the mountains. "When I first arrived here," Thomas said, his gaze drifting toward the courtyard where the wet robes hung, "I thought the point of the path was to become like the wind, to pass through the trees without leaving a mark. I thought that if I could just become nothing, I would finally be at peace." Elias remained silent, his fingers tracing the grain of the prayer beads. "But then I watched the elder monks," Thomas continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "I watched how they leaned on the walls when they were tired. I watched how they let the younger ones carry the heavy water buckets. I realized that the path isn't about becoming nothing. It's about learning how to be part of the whole. A mountain isn't just the peak. It's the roots, the stones, and the way it holds the forest. It holds the weight of the snow, and it doesn't apologize for it." Elias felt a sudden, strange warmth in his throat, a pressure that was not quite grief and not quite joy. He looked at the honey jar, then at the orange, and finally at the steam rising from his cup. For the first time in a long time, he did not think about the cost of the honey. He did not think about the debt of the fruit. He simply felt the warmth of the ceramic against his skin. He felt the weight of his own body in the chair, a weight that was being supported by the floor, the foundation, and the very earth itself. The monastery was not just a place of meditation. It was a structure built to hold many different weights, some heavy, some light, some old, and some new. He reached out, his hand trembling only slightly, and took the piece of orange. He placed it in his mouth. The sweetness was sharp and bright, a sudden burst of life in the dim morning light. "Thank you, Thomas," Elias said. The words were small. They were not a grand realization or a sudden transformation. They were simply an acceptance of a small, shared moment. As the sun climbed higher, the light began to hit the damp robes in the courtyard, turning the heavy, dark fabric into something luminous and gold. The sparrows in the eaves settled into a quiet hum. In the kitchen, the steam continued to rise, and the tea grew cool, and Elias sat in the quiet, no longer trying to disappear, but simply allowing himself to be held by the morning exactly as he was. Take a moment to settle. Let the weight of your body sink into the mattress, just as the heavy, damp fabric of a blue sweatshirt settles onto a chair after a long day. Let the air in the room become still, like the quiet air in the hallway where a child walks on tiptoe, careful not to disturb a sleeping parent. Think of the small, folded objects we have visited tonight. Think of the grocery bag left on the kitchen counter, the simple weight of bread and fruit that was brought not as a debt, but as a gesture. Think of the lunchbox sitting by the door, or the half-finished repairs on a wooden gate left waiting for a hand that is perhaps a little slower than it used to be. Think of the warm, smooth beads of a prayer string held by hands that have learned through many seasons that to be cared for is not a failure of strength. There is a persistent, quiet habit in the heart. It is a habit of shrinking. It is the way we try to make ourselves smaller so that we might take up less space in the lives of others. We move through the world as if we are walking on thin ice, constantly apologizing for the sound of our own footsteps. We look at the people who love us, and we see only the cost of our presence. We see the extra effort in their eyes, the slight hesitation in their movements, and we misread it. We see their tenderness, and we call it pity. We see their patience, and we call it exhaustion. We have lived for so long with the belief that to be loved, we must be easy. We believe that we are only worthy of the space we occupy if we are light, if we are useful, if we are uncomplicated. We tell ourselves that the best version of us is the one that asks for nothing, the one that moves through a room without leaving a trace, the one that heals quickly and disappears into the background so that no one has to carry our grief or our fatigue. We have turned our very existence into an apology. But listen to the silence of the house around you. Listen to the way the night does not ask permission to fall. The darkness does not apologize for covering the trees or for obfuscating the path. It simply arrives, and it holds everything. It holds the heavy branches, the wounded earth, and the sleeping creatures without ever finding them too much to bear. There is a different truth, much quieter and much deeper, waiting to be felt. It is the truth that being held does not make a soul heavy. The earth does not resent the weight of the rain. The cup does not complain about the weight of the water. The person who reaches out to steady your arm or to bring you a warm meal is not performing a chore. They are participating in the very fabric of what it means to to be human. The care we receive is not a loan that must be repaid with increased perfection. It is not a debt that makes us less free. When someone offers you kindness, they are not losing something, they are finding an opportunity to be present. When you allow yourself to be helped, you are not taking away from them, you are allowing the circle of care to complete itself. As you lie here, try to let go of the need to be easy. Let the tension in your shoulders soften, even just a fraction. You do not need to be a person who asks for nothing to be a person who is worthy of everything. You do not need to disappear to be safe. The night is wide enough for your tiredness. The room is large enough for your healing. You are allowed to take up this much room. You are allowed to be exactly as heavy as you are. The house has grown quiet now. The street lights outside your window are casting long, still shadows across the floor, and the world has settled into its heavy, midnight rhythm. The air in your room feels cool and settled, the kind of stillness that belongs only to the deep hours of the night. Take a moment to feel the weight of your own body against the mattress. Feel the way the blankets press down on your shoulders and the way the pillow supports the back of your head. There is no need to move. There is no need to check the time or to prepare for the morning or to begin the mental tally of everything you still owe to the people in your life. For so long, you have practiced the art of being small. You have learned how to hold your breath so as not to disturb the air. You have learned how to swallow your requests, how to hide your fatigue, and how to fold your needs into tiny, unnoticeable squares tucked away in the corners of your mind. You have lived as though your very presence were a debt that could never be fully repaid, and as though the only way to be truly loved was to be easy to love. You have believed that to be a person of value, you must be a person of no cost. But listen to the silence of this room. The night does not ask anything of you. The darkness does not find your grief too heavy, nor does the stillness find your exhaustion an inconvenience. The earth continues its slow, steady rotation, carrying you along, not because you have earned the right to be carried, but simply because you are part of it. Think back to the others we have sat with tonight. Think of Jonah, wrapped in the cold mountain air, trying to be invisible in his hunger. Think of Martha, smoothing that towel over and over, trying to erase the evidence of her own dependence. Think of Noah, leaving the room before the sun could see him, or Evelyn, pulling back from the light so she wouldn't dim anyone else's. Think of Caleb, listening to the soft, careful footsteps in the hall, misinterpreting tenderness for a heavy weight. They were all trying to protect the world from the perceived cost of their own humanity. They were all trying to pay for their existence with silence and self-erasure. But there is a different truth, one that is as simple and as undeniable as the breath moving in and out of your lungs. The hands that reach out to help you are not reaching out in spite of your weight. They are reaching out because they find meaning in the holding. The care you receive is not a transaction. It is not a loan that you must work off through hypervigilance or through making yourself smaller. When someone brings you a meal or a warm blanket or a kind word, they are not losing something. They are participating in the natural rhythm of life. Just as the rain falls upon the thirsty soil without asking for permission, and just as the sun warms the cold stone without expecting a return, the kindness offered to you is enough in itself. To receive it is not to take. It is to allow the circle to close. You do not need to be a person who needs nothing to be worthy of this rest. You do not need to be healed or healed enough or healed perfectly to deserve the softness of this bed. You do not need to apologize for the space your body occupies or the depth of your tiredness. The fatigue you feel tonight, the deep, bone-weary fatigue of trying to be light enough to carry, can be set down just for these hours. You can let it lie on the floor beside the bed. You can let the gravity of the night take the tension from your jaw, the tightness from your chest, and the tension from your hands. You are allowed to be heavy. You are allowed to be slow. You are allowed to be a person who requires time and patience and care. The world is large enough to hold all of you, even the parts of you that feel difficult or broken or plain. As you drift closer to sleep, let the boundaries of your self-consciousness soften. Let the need to justify your presence dissolve into the shadows. There is nothing to prove tonight. There is no one to please and no one to apologize to. There is only the breath, the warmth of the covers, and the profound, unearned grace of being held by the night. Allow yourself to sink. Let the darkness be a soft, thick blanket that covers every part of you, the parts you are proud of and the parts you try to hide. Let the night hold you exactly as you are, without any need for you to disappear. You are here. You are present. And that is enough. The room is settling now. The heavy weight of the day is shifting, much like the patched blanket Jonah held, or the simple, sturdy weight of the cane Evelyn leaned upon. There is no more need to watch the door or to tuck your life away like a lunchbox hidden in a corner. The grocery bag has been emptied, the half-fixed gate is resting where it lies, and the blue sweatshirt is draped, still on the chair. Even the small, uneven repairs in the wood and the quiet click of prayer beads all lead back to this. A stillness that does not require you to be perfect. The night is holding the heavy things for you. You can let go. You can simply be. Good night.
you.